How's it going, everyone? Welcome, Olvira Gonzalez here. And today let's going to now walk through the rendering logic, which is a model from the course taught by Josh Komova, a software engineering that has previously worked at Khan Academy and Gatsby, and now he is the CEO of his own web content in CSS and React education platform where he developed too. And I think this is quite interesting because now um, we are dive deep into the root of CSS and React, and as a way to do that, we need to dive deep into the inner mechanism. In other words, we're doing is reverse engineering as well as improving our soft skill. So in today's video, we're going to now look at the border, the margin, the flow layout, as well as the margin collapse, and make a quick recap of how do we get here so we can move on to the next topic quickly. So it all starts here with the CSS. What is CSS? You can take a look at the MDN docs that elaborate or give you a huge overview of what CSS. So you can think of this like the anatomy of the CSS to understand what CSS is, how you can add styles to your document, external style sheets, and inline. Also, how you can manipulate to pick is DOM in the elements to apply now is rules, so selectors, as well as pseudo class. So selectors that we're going to describe that later. So selectors, combinators, and as well as state-based selectors, and the anatomy, the other part of the anatomy of CSS, which is functions. So this helper function that are useful when it comes to do some mathematical operations or to compute the color value or to now run some translation or transformation in a particular axis, right? So rotate in X and G and so on and so forth, and add rules that allows to tell CSS how to behave. So for example, how I want you to behave when the viewport is at certain width, all right, using media queries, or how I want you to behave when I apply certain animations to this using keyframe. Let me now describe all the different slides or frames that I want you to run into this animation, or the different style sheets that I want you to apply when we use a particular layer. All right, this is something helpful if you want to say, hey, this is the layer of how our elements is going to look like in mobile or in iOS, and you can have now much more control of the appearance and the layout of your web content. That's something interesting. Another is the view transition. So here we can now describe is how it's going to behave when it goes through one page to another. This is something that I'm not familiar with. I would like to dive deep in another video. So the view transition and the the shorthand property, something that we're gonna see that as we move on here, that there's a specific way of how you can now make your life simpler when it comes to describe certain property. For example, is on padding, margin, border, as well as for text shadow and box shadow, uh, and they comment. So all of this is just to describe is the anatomy, the basic stuff of CSS, and how now there are still some nuance or nifty details that we need to know to be relevant in 2025 development. One of them is you need to know what is a CSS rule, what is a declaration, what is a selector, a unit, the media query, why we use this specific add rule, also the selectors such as pseudo classes like hover, focus, and check. Why do we care about look at the focus? All right, because this is also part of the accessibility, something that the web content accessibility guidelines actually describe, which is a spec for accessibility. And in there is follow 4 principles that must be perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. And one of them is focus, which describes how you must design your applications to make it easy for your users, especially those that don't have any pointer-like device, all right? So mouse or your touch screens, right? Any assistive technologies that they need to, so for example, your web application, especially for government applications, they want now to provide that kind of accessibility. So I think this is quite interesting, right? Because also we look at the other pseudo classes like the first and last child and the first and last type, all right? Also the pseudo elements like before and after, as well as the placeholder, how before and after is widely used is for now the sign or for any decoration you want to apply to your elements, okay? And how placeholders are still relevant to describe is, at least for forms, what is the expected input that the user must type in. The combinators like the direct descendant or the sibling element, as well as the color, which is a huge universe in itself, but at least knowing is the format of colors. So you have keyword, hexadecimal, RGB, and HSL. And why of all of this we use now the HSL? Because it is much more intuitive when it comes to get now nuanced colors. And another thing, we also look at how that things looks like, all right? And the other thing is, well, the unit, all right? Such as m, root m, and percentage, and how now m and root m's are used to define is the font size, so forth and so on. Most of the time font size are not defined in pixels, whether even though that we actually don't look at pixel, but again I mention is just only those stuff or this needs little details that we need to know because they're still relevant in modern web development, right? So m, root m, and percentage, and how percentage is something that we're going to see to know how to calculate is the width or the height, how it's being used to calculate the height algorithm, and the aspect ratio, and then the type, the typography. So what is a font family? What is a font family? What is the type of font size that we can have, whether it's serif or sans serif, and why we actually use web fonts. What is the idea behind this? How can we use now our web fonts? And also with the different format types that we can use. So for example, we have now is the bold to indicate that this is important, italic to describe things that are not to describe clues that are that are present in a conversation, non-conversational, non-verbal clue in any conversations. So for example, is describing as a TV series or a book. Okay. Also is sorry sorry any foreign language or any foreign expressions or scientific expressions. So for example, Homo sapiens, or a thought that a character is having, or character thoughts, all right, in a book, or when you're quoting stuff, and also is the underline, which is specifically for the web. Now, we also look at some semantics additional, for example, like and strong, and what is still relevant to put that tags into the HTML document, all right, especially for assistive technologies, all right, and the text spacing, alignment, and transformation. Okay, so with this huge overview of the CSS, as well as the things and tools and nifty details that are still relevant in 2025, we then now finally look at the core of the CSS in this model 1, the rendering logic. So that now that we know what CSS is, which is allow us to describe is the appearance and layout of our web contents, because browsers have back in the old days have specific rules where it's a set of elements must use, all right, and because all of these vendors has their own specific set of styles, so that becomes problematic, especially for developers when they want to provide now the same experience across different browsers. So this is why we have now CSS reset, something that in 2007 and later it was updated in 2011 by Eric Meyer, which is I will say that somebody, well, an authority in the field, all right, that now tell us, well, this is now how the different elements should look like, so we can start from the common ground, right, as a blank state. Now, because now browsers, unlike in the past, now browsers now faithfully follow is the CSS spec. So all of this different nuance now has been fixed, all right? But still there's some of them that are still relevant for. And this is why, for example, Josh Comey actually made that particularly modern CSS reset. What he's describing is not only is how these elements should look like, but also some specific behaviors across specific browsers, and some of these tags or some of these HTML elements, how they're gonna look like. So traditionally, this CSS reset was all about is to describe is the appearance and the layout for all of these elements as a blank star. We got a blank state here. And because as developers and the people who wrote CSS actually think that it'll be very convenient to inherit property or to some property to pass down their values across other elements, all right? Most of the time, this is are in text or typography, all right, as well as color, right? But there is a list that describe now how all of these different elements by SitePoint, a website that has now several courses out there where they're describing all the things, especially on the CSS, web development, WordPress, PHP, and so on and so forth. I think that's quite interesting. They also have books, SitePoint, right? So SitePoint has this thing, score, code, depth, and depth fast. All right. So here you can not only jobs, which is quite interesting, but again, all of these jobs are on the U.S. Unfortunately. All right. And then some books, right thing, SitePoint, or some courses that you can take a look, and now they have refined over the years. Why am I mentioning this? Because of this, right? Matt Muller, creator of WordPress and CEO of Automatic, right? So this was to build websites with PHP and MySQL. Holy moly. So I think this is quite interesting, the full stack JavaScript developers, web development basics, as a way to, well, now dive deep into this. Svelte, a beginner guide, Vue as well, 9 practical Node.js projects, so on and so forth. So that's interesting. That's also good. So start your free trial from 7 days. So I think this is a topic that I will say it is interesting, right? At least to know and to take in consideration, all right? But we'll look at the inheritance. What are the properties that we most of the time can inherit values, okay? And how you can now enforce inherit by actually being explicit to inherit, to tell now a property to inherit that value. So then we look now at what happened when you have now rules, all right, or CSS declarations, which is the combination between the property and the value, that are conflicting, all right? How the browsers actually resolve competing CSS, because Josh Como mentioned that this is not relevant for the modern development. I disagree wholeheartedly with him, because this is something that no matter if you are going to develop web components applications for a company, for a big or small company, you need to know is CSS. If you want to be competent as a CSS developer, as a web developer, all right? If you want to be competent as a web developer, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, you must know how the browsers solve this competing CSS declaration. And luckily for us, there is now an article made by Amelia Wattenberger, all right? Amelia Wattenberger, where she is, let me see, I think it's her, exactly, Amelia Wattenberger, Oakland, California, United States. Now she's designer in residence at Shorter Hill Ventures. That's interesting. Okay. She was part of the GitHub as a staff research engineering and also principal research engineering on the GitHub Next team. All right. So this is quite interesting. This is very, very interesting, his experience. on all of this. I think that's quite powerful, absolutely. It also in adapt, all right, as well as here. So designed Hill Ventures, that's interesting. Sutter Hill Ventures has finance technology-based startups and assistant entrepreneur in building market-leading companies in 1962. So it is interesting because all of us now are moving directly. That's interesting. Most smart developers are moving not only to where the money is, but also where their skill can be used in the most effective way, which is, well, in the finance industry. Because at the end of the day, databases and software was to help to organize huge so companies in industry where they need to handle this colossal amount of data. All right. So, for example, banks or the government, right? So this is not strange to me that she have to move to that, but Amelia Wattenberger actually, and I say that in German because I think that last name is German-like, you know. But in any case, Wattenberger, she has now particularly article that describe is this cascade style. All right. So the further you go into the cascade, the less likely is for those or for that declaration, the CSS declaration, to be appear on the final style. All right. So first is the importance, whether it is if you put now with the translation, with the transition, or importance, or animation, or any normal CSS declaration. Okay. The next is the origin, whether it's on the web, which is the web author, all right, the user, or the browser, okay. And here there's some interesting nuances that she mentioned. I think Amelia Wattenberger here. It's interesting because she described this in 2019. Holy moly. All right. Yep. In 2019. Amelia Wattenberger 2023. So I think I don't know, is she still full stack D3 and data visualization? That's right, data analyst. Okay. At Podning back then, but I don't know, I'm not sure if that's software engineer at Qt, making your first chart, so they're making scatter plot, and making a bar chart, and animation transitions, interactions, data visualization basics, advanced examples, D3 JavaScript, and interviews. And then integrating that with React, as well as AngularJS, using D3 with AngularJS. Oh my god. Alright, anyway, it's because a steel company are using that. That's what happened. So, I don't know. I'm not sure. I am not sure. Let me see. Full stack React. Oh, she has another book for that. Data science as Facebook. But I don't think that is the same book. Not sure. No, but I think this is quite different. because this is new line by full stack, right? Yeah, new line by full stack. Learnify, Learn Advanced SPA.NET, Core Entity Framework and Core. That's another one, right? So Learnify, full stack is ASP.NET Core and React. That's interesting. But again, this is another web boot camp that they can have. Request a course, request a site feature. So yeah. So if I go to her book, to her blog here, debates. All right. She doesn't have any. Okay, this is the project. Debates game. Intro this. Full stack. Oh, only her projects. Okay. She's showing only her projects. Okay. And thoughts. Okay, but they don't mention 2019. I think that was the last time. In 2019. What about the new one? Okay, that's interesting. This is an old version of his website. All right. Okay, that's mind blowing. And this is not the new version. And thinking about this, and currently noting on that, AI brainstorm and stuff like that. I don't know, all of this is like chaotic. Yeah, all of this is like chaotic here. State of the API. Yeah, but all of this is like chaotic. But I think this is their new. Mm. Mm. But there is no date here. This is one of the reasons why they don't have any dates here. It's describing now. Yeah, but they don't have any date here. They don't have any date here. The internet for the mind. Okay, it's like, so there is no exactly a year ago. Amelia Wattenberger. Okay. Design LLM web dev, data diff, tool for thoughts, R&D in GitHub Next, and previously designed Adept in Oakland, Wattenberger. Yeah, the last time was in March 24. Yeah, these people actually don't use this. So in any case, it was her, right? That she described about the CSS. So I think that is quite interesting. So what we're talking about is this different tier. We have now 4 tiers in this cascade. So the one is the importance, as I mentioned before. The other is the origins, so where it comes from. So the further, remember, it fall into the cascade, the less likely is to be appear that style in the final style. So the second tier is now the origin, whether it's on the web, or the user, or the browser. The other is the position or the location of this. So whether it is inline or in a layer, or if this now is by their selector, whether it is the ID or the class attributes or pseudo elements, or in the next level is the tag or pseudo element, right? And last but not least, which is the last topic here, is the order. So where it appears. So with that, it's just to describe now the cascade style and who actually what is the source of this. Okay, so we can now move on to the next topic, which is the direction. Okay, remember that at the end of the day, since this is a CSS for JavaScript, we're making some comparison here, and the cascade style, you can think of this like the spread operator. All right, so the further you put those objects or key value property there, the more likely is for them to appear, right? So you can think of this like putting in the first tier of the cascade style. So the further it goes, the less likely to be appear. So the more on the top you put those objects, the less likely is that they're going to be appear. Their values are less likely to be appear if they're not overridden. So the other is the direction, and how this is important because it's going to describe that traditionally all of this concept that we have now in CSS come from the print media. All right. So for example, if you're going to read is a text in English or in Spanish or Portuguese, most of the time you do that from left to right. All right. In your case, is left to right. All right. And that is now following is the sequence of words next to another. All right. So this direction and how do we organize our text, which is we organize text is by blocks. So blocks are now put on top. Blocks are now put on top of another. Okay. And now when you read the words, you read that in inline direction. So this is why now it's important to understand is the block axis, all right, and the inline axis, where the block axis is perpendicular to the flow of the text. How are you going to read that? Whereas inline is parallel to the flow of the text. So why this is important? Because if you're going to read this in different other alphabets or way of reading this, so most of the time we follow is the physical one, which is from left to right. But what happened from Arabic when they now read stuff from is right to left, right? In my case, right to left. In your case, right to left. Okay? So what happened in those cases? Well, the thing here is in those cases, all right, and not to mention is, for example, is the hand-based style. So for example, like the Japanese where they read now things in this order, all right? So the blocks are now here, okay? So in a way to make sense of all of this different way of reading content, and especially the web, because it's something that is raw, all right? We now know for sure that we can use is logical properties. And this logical property, what it's describing is, rather than the physical unit, it's going to describing is a logical unit when it comes to read text. Okay, so for example, margin, padding, and let me actually go into this logical operators in CSS. What you get is this. Okay, logical operators in CSS. There you got logical properties, not operator, logical properties and values in CSS. Okay, is that properties and values that allow us to control the layout logically rather than physical directions. Okay, it's interesting. So how are we going to display our content here? How are we going to control how the content is displayed? Is by, instead of physical, we're going to use now is this logical in the direction of the content. So that's what is important, at least to understand this, because this is something that perhaps you live in areas like Argentina, you don't actually care, or in Spain, because all of your products are local, all right? But if you want to expand your products across seas, now you see yourself that is relevant, my friend. Especially, for example, if you live in South Korea or in the Middle East, whether it's in United Emirates or Saudi Arabia or any other country that actually have this way of reading that, okay? And again, with this, is that for us, we can now how to control is the direction. So these logical properties here, okay, that allow us is to describe, that allow us is to control the directions of the content is, rather than physical, is logical directions, block, which is perpendicular to the flow of content, the flow of text, and inline, which is parallel to the content, to the flow of text, all right? So there are now several properties that we might start to use for that. And as you can see, the vast majority of them are relevant to the box model, the box size. And I say the box because in this emphasis, because the box model is something that is important to understand that, to dominate that, right? So there are also other properties that you can use, for example, flow related value, block start and flow related. I think this is from flow related values, block star, block end, inline end, star, and end. And glossary terms for flow relative value, inset property, logical properties, and physical properties, right? So that's interesting here. That's interesting. CSS logical property and values. Again, the idea is for ourselves to get familiar with reading these MDN docs, okay? And if you want to go into the spec, actually read is the spec, where the things are coming from, right? So you can think of this, CSS logical property and values is actually follow this way of organizing stuff, okay? This more introduce logical properties and values that provide the author with the ability to control layout through logical rather than physical direction and dimension mapping. So the maintainers of this, okay, filing issue here. The maintainer of this is the CSS Working Group Editor Draft. And you may wonder, why in the F do I even care? Because this, there you got it. This is the source of this. This is the true source of this, right? A part of the CSS WG in May 2006. Holy moly. Interesting. Okay, made with cascading style sheets. Made with cascading style sheet. Last updated Friday, July 2025, and I love this because they actually tell you is when this was updated. I think the using is just plain JavaScript. They don't overcomplicate the life. Yeah, HTML. Period. Deal with it. HTML. Period. Deal with it. Maintaining this stuff can be quite a nightmare. I think so. Complete work. CSS snapshot 2024. All right. That's interesting. That's interesting. Add rule, selectors, as you can see here, annotation. Now there are another, look at this, there are now another rules here. Fonts, import, keyframes. This is in 2024, right? Namespace. In January 39, January 2025. Okay. And is this CSS model describes a way for author to animate the value on CSS using the keyframe. So this is also important to understand now. Say dark. What? I prefer to go into light. Yep. But as you can see here, this is the current state of this. You know, this is the current state. This document collect together into one definition all the spec that together form the current state of the cascading style sheets CSS of 2024. The primary audience is CSS implementer, not CSS authors. And as this definition includes model by specification stability, not web browsers adoption rates. Okay, even though that they mention that this is not for CSS author but for CSS implementers, the idea of this is that this is the source of truth. This is now the platform, the floor where we are now on top of that. So it's important for us to understand where all of this comes from. Again, it's not mandatory that you know this stuff, but if you want to actually dominate, understand this truly, this is the source of truth. So that's quite interesting here. That's very, very interesting here. CSS language is for writing a style sheet and is designed to describe the rendering of a structured document such as HTML and XML on a variety of media. So style sheet document authors and user agent. Okay, so that's quite compelling. It was quite interesting, at least to understand that, right? Or at least to understand is a high level overview, right? There's a cascading, reliable candidate recommendation, fairly stable model with implementation. Again, all of this is for CSS implementers. CSS levels. All right. There is no CSS level 4. Independent model can reach level 4 or beyond, but CSS, the language no longer has level. CSS level 3 as a term is used only to differentiate it from the previous monolithic versions. Okay. CSS profiles, and requirement for responsible implementation of CSS. Partial implementations, implementation on unstable or property features. Again, all of this is for them, right? Term index, selector index, add rules, property index, value index, acknowledge conformance, document conventions, all right? And there you got it. All right. So let's go back. All right. Oops. Let's go back to the notes, and here we are. Again, the primary audience is CSS implementers, not CSS author, as you can see. Right now, Florian Rival. It's interesting. This is my internet home. Thanks for paying a visit. My blog, my resume. That's interesting. Okay. Inviting expert to the CSS working group. Okay. That was quite interesting. That was quite interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, he lives in Kyoto. Okay, interesting. Director, holy French those. This is like technology consultant. Chair of board of directors in Kyoto. Chief commercial officers, product owner in Oslo, in Gelato. Okay, this is unexpected. Chinese English. Damn, so Chinese, English, French, and Japanese. Holy, my respect, bro. My respect, sir. My respect, sir. Completely, bro. My respect, sir. Okay. What is this? Oh, interesting, because this is in Japanese. This is in Japanese. You see, look at how they read the content. Look at how they read the content here. You know? And for that, let me actually inspect is a little bit the content here. And I know this is go beyond the scope of today video. But as you can see, look at how now they actually is laying down. So this flex, because all of these are flex, all right? All of this is a flex, right? Display flex, row reverse, and center, right? And now you're going to show this in this particular fashion. For example, this first element here. Okay. So this first element is using margin, and border, normal properties. But for you is to understand that that's very, very interesting. The font family as well. And how now they fix is the width, all right, as well as the height, all right. Interesting. Not only that, but I'm assuming that all of this are starting to use in this, you know. Perhaps you don't actually care about these particular properties, but this is something that is going to be used by that Unicode BD isolate. Unicode BD isolate. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Right? Very, very interesting. So now you say display inline flex. All right? Inline flex. Because otherwise it's going to display that. But this is inline flex is for that. Again, this go a little bit beyond of this, okay? But it's quite interesting and important to at least understand is this specific stuff here. Why it doesn't open? You got it. This specific stuff here from this individual, right? From these individuals. From these individuals, bro. It is very, very important at least to know about them. Right? So, .NET. So I'm assuming that they're using is Nginx, clicky, and there you got it. Right? Period. Period, 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 period. So, all of this was quite interesting, all right? This was very, very interesting because now here, all right, here we can look and explore and understand how all of these things are coming from. Okay, that was interesting. Tycoon, a car game. You know, all of these people actually are from there. All of these people are from there. Editor of the 50% of CSS spec. Interesting. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Holy moly. Okay. Anyway, okay. Anyway. Anyway, so as you can see here, this was a quick overview of all of these different people that are collaborate to the W3C, which is the web standard. This W3C, the World Wide Web Consortium, where one group, okay, is the responsible for the CSS standard. Okay. So for example, exactly, the CSS working group. So for example, the CSS working group, you can see something like CSS working group, okay, which is is a mix of individuals, cascading style sheet working groups, okay. Oh, okay, exactly. Cascading style. It's a mix of individuals across different across different tech-related companies, whether it's browsers, vendors, or whether it's browser maker, device makers, that they gather is to, well, propose some of the things at that level. Interesting. Stable draft. In CSS, background and border models, level 3. So is here where you can actually read about this. CSS color level. Okay. This was in January 2022, where we can make sense of the color here, something that we talked in earlier. All right, RGB, RGBA, HSL, blah 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 blah. Okay, makes a lot of sense. And here they're combining is this. So look at this. It's similar to this 2007 complete work 2010, but this is the snapshot 2023. All right. As well as the snapshot of 2024. Okay. CSS containment level 1, the box model, which is something that we're gonna see in today's video. Right. Exactly. April 2024. And recent change. Adding subheading to the CSS box modeling and moving paragraph. Changing CSS2. Alright, okay, good. So we can see is now is basic user interface, at least the individuals and the draft and working in complete works that are now there. And this is the summary of the spec. And here we can see is a summary of the spec. That's interesting. CSS grid template layout, CSS outer style sheet. Many primary visual devices are in fact capable of making sound as well, sometimes even or a very high quality. The audio model contains property for attaching background sounds to elements and sound effects to states transition, such as link activations or hovering over an element. Expected possibilities including overlaying multiple sounds, positioning a sound left or right in the stereo space, and playing a sound in the loop. That's interesting. CSS Auto, but this is not implemented right now. Okay. The CSS grid template. Well, they're gonna take you this, the CSS grid template layout, the CSS auto style sheet, the CSS background and border levels, and all of this, right? CSS extended model, the inheritance, the CSS color, the CSS color level 4. Okay. CSS fonts level 3, CSS generated content for page media, CSS page floats, CSS generated and replaced content, CSS hyperlink presentation. This specification is no longer being developed. Okay. But okay, so here is showing you all of this spec. Okay, the summary for that. Updating news. Working there CSS pseudo elements level 4. Okay. And test suites. Now they're running is okay, now they are running here. Interesting. Typography pseudo elements. First line. Oh, interesting. Prefix. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Selection, selecting, highlighting, search context, the selection, the search tag. Now we have other pseudo elements here. Okay, but at least, again, the whole point of this is to understand is the structure. So once you understand is the structure, you say, oh, okay, okay. You know, it's like, okay. Styling, highlights, okay. Default user agent, as you mentioned, default user agent style, spelling error like this. Area highlight, cascading per element highlight, painting the highlight, 3 abiding pseudo elements, the before and after, the maker, the placeholder, elements back pseudo elements, files selector button, the file selector button, overlapping pseudo elements, additional CSS, additional to the CSS object model. Okay, and get computer style. Alright. Pseudo elements model level 4. Interesting. News. The other is the CSS shape level 1. But you see, and now it's a function. The function shape. Okay, CSS function and mixins, which is another property, the function. Okay, and mixin. Interesting. CSS anchor position. Position area and position area. There you got it. And CSS color level 4 candidate. Foreground, the color property, transparency, the opacity property, color space and tag image, color space and untagged color, accessibility and conveying information by color, representing color, the color type here, the color syntax, representing transparency in colors, the alpha values, and all of this, the RGB functions, RGB and RGBA, the RGB hexadecimal notations. The color keyword in system color, the transparent keyword, the current keyword, the HSL and HSLA, right? HW colors, device independent color, CI lab here, predefined color space, and converting colors, and color interpolation, huge interpolation, gamut mapping or clipping, resolving color, serializing color, serializing opacity. You may wonder why this is important, at least to read the overview of this. Again, it's just for us to make sure that where all of these are coming from. New source. New about CSS and implementation can often be found at these sites. The working block. Scope breakdown. Minute telecom. Minute CSS pseudo breakout. Minutes telecom. Minutes telecom. Dev Opera. Ah, the Opera browser. Okay. Microsoft Edge block, Surfing Safari, Vivaldi browser, W3 block. W3 cascading style sheet home base, and the web direction block. It's interesting that they don't mention anything related. Mozilla hacks, the web developer block. Okay. Introducing Unified to React Native, Rust powered turbo models. Llama file here. Announcing official Puppeteer supported for Firefox. Okay. Mozilla hacks. Alright. Okay. But they don't mention anything related for beginners, starting with HTML and CSS. But they don't mention anything related to exactly. They don't mention anything related to that. A mail for CSS profile, XSL, Extensible Style Sheet Language, SAG, the simple API for CSS technique for WACAG, core style sheets, digital publishing activity, the CSS validator. For Houdini's app. Software editors, CSS authoring tools. Daniel of Disrupted release a Blue Griffon. Go Lobster. Overzone software, CSS tab designer. Improving code, release Snap CSS. Okay. Oiko software published version here. Stylers basics. Macrabbit. Okay. The CSS working group. So, I mentioned all of this because it's quite important to describe, to understand, and to describe where the things come from. Because if you're going to be a professional of this, you're going to now solve somebody else's problem related with the CSS and HTML and JavaScript. One, and second is that if you want to design now systems on top of this, this is why system design is so bloody important for us to know. Well, it is important for us to dive deep and understand how all of this works. Okay, So we have so far we have describing is that in the rendering logic, any browser has their own user agent uh, default style, okay, or user agent style sheets, okay. So as a way to have a start from a blank state across any browser experience, we use now the CSS reset to guarantee that state, which was written by Eric Meyer in 2007 and then updated to the 2011. But right now, Josh Comey will actually write his own. It's not recommended to use CSS reset, especially if you have an existing code base, because you, as a developer, might not see the impact that will have your design and the appearance, but your users will notice. So if you plan to go to that route, you have to. I will tell you to do now extensive testing upon that. One, and the other is, well. We also need to understand is the inheritance, which is another component in the rendering logic. All right, that there are some property that people who wrote CSS say, hey, it'll make a lot of sense for us to now pass down the value of certain properties. Most of the times are typography based, right? So for example, font base, and font size, and text transformation, so on and so forth. So there's a list of how you can look at that, which is great. And the way of how now the browsers determine is when two conflicting CSS must resolve is through the cascading style sheet. All right, so the cascade, which is this mechanism or algorithm, how now browsers solve competing CSS declarations. So you have now different tiers in this cascade. The further you fall into that, the less likely is to be appear on the screen, right, on the final style. As I mentioned, I described them briefly, which is first is the importance, the second is the origin, where it was written, the third is the specificity of where those styles are, whether it is inline or using the add rule layer, or the add rule layer, or the ID, or the class in pseudo class or attributes, or a tag or a pseudo element. And on the final tier is the order in which was in the order where it was defined. So all of this is just to understand now how the CSS cascading works and why this is important, especially when it comes to now design and control the appearance and the layout of our applications, of the web content. Using now is the box model, where the box model is the model in which now everything here is a box in CSS. All right. So this describes how the elements, how HTML's elements looks like as a box, and then it has now an anatomy of that, which start from the content, and then the padding, and then the border, and then the margin. And you can think of this like an winter layers, right? As a person's walking, if when you want to do a winter walk, all right. So the person can be seen as the content, all right. the padding is now the whatever is on inside of the coat, right? Whether it's polyester, whatever material. So the more padding you add, the more space it takes the person in the space, all right? So the more poof off uh, the the code will look like, and then you have the border, which is the material of the code material. So and then last you have another margin, which is the safe space or the safe space. It would have all persons needs, which is feet, 6 feet or 2 meters. Again, that to me is quite interesting. I don't know who designed that, who described that, but if you live in Canada, I see why you can actually get that. In any case, so because of that, right? We have now the the way of how do we now organize our content or display the content is quite important to understand is the directions of that, which is whether it is a blog or inline. This is relevant, especially if you want to design is a web content for any other audience rather than Latin, for example, right? Let's say in China or Japan or South Korea, right? Or for example in the Middle East. So the idea is to understand is what the block and what the inline means. Why do we even care about this? So blogs describe is the flow of the text reading, and inline, the blog is perpendicular to that flow, and inline is parallel to the flow of text. And how traditionally we have used is now physical properties to describe that, which is something that a lot of this concept has been inherited from the print media, but as anything, as any business, it evolves. Now we have is this logical property to describe is certain properties that we can use in terms of it is direction, the block or the inline. So I think this is something that we're starting to gonna use way much more rather than Mart, and they are quite related to the box model. All of these are very related to the box model, so we can see how all of these things are winding together, right? So in the box model, as I mentioned before, is that the box model is that particular layers that I described, and how now we're going to see is properties that are still relevant, or how can we use now. So what is the most convenient things here in the box model, right? So you have the padding, you have the border, and you have the margin. So for the padding, all right, we first look at what is the padding, how can we add padding, okay? And also following is the logical logical properties. What are the units that we can use, which is pixel m and root m. What a case of why we're using is now pixels here, which is much more convenient, especially for accessibility, to provide now pixel to the box model, the padding box model, because the content is not going to scale that as you zoom in or zoom out, right? So for accessibility, this is a good candidate for that. And why we don't use is now percentage, okay? Because percentage are always calculated based on the current element available space, okay? And this is something that you might want to do for others, but not for padding right now, right? So this is quite interesting here. So, and how do you calculate is the width? Because it all starts with the box model. So how do you calculate now is the width? So, because traditionally browsers start counting from the content the width only there. So anytime that you add more or anytime that you add padding and border and margin, so now there is this miscalculation around this, right? So our elements doesn't fit quite right. So to solve this, one of the CSS reset is to say, hey, let me put all of these elements, any elements, including the pseudo elements, to the box sizing is the border. So hey, I want to make the box model, the box sizing is, instead of the content, is now the border. So this is also this makes a lot of things in terms of computing is the width mentally, so we know what it is, and that's what we went through now. Computing is the width of a padding, the unit of padding. So for example, the percentage, the n, the root elements, and as well as pixel. And why we don't use percentage here, because it's calculated based on the available width. It is calculated on the current element available width from that, okay? So it's dynamic. It's something that you might not have control over that. And this is a situation, okay? For a while, this grid behavior was actually useful in certain situations when we want to preserve the specific aspect ratio, and when we learn about this in the model 6. And that's very, very interesting here. So we have the pattern. And that's very, very interesting here, right? So we got this units, all right, and the percentage in padding, percentage, padding percentage case. We can use it all. Yes, we can use it, but since percentage are always calculated based on the elements available with, this behavior is something that we may want to use, okay? That we may want if we want to preserve the aspect ratio. If we want to preserve the aspect ratio. Okay. So for example here, the aspect ratio. If you want to preserve the aspect ratio of this, all right, okay, cool. And shorthand property, the padding property has a couple tricks. Up it is leaf. Exactly. So the padding property has a couple tricks. Under it is has a couple tricks. Up it is leaf. Up it is leaf. Has a couple of tricks. Up it is leaf. So you can define is now is the on the inline. I will prefer to use that instead of directions. I prefer to use that and the logical direction on the inline. All right, on the block and on the inline. All right. And if you don't specify this, okay, it will copy that. It will copy that those value here, right? So for example, and I think that was the most mind-blowing stuff of all of this. All right. So for example, let me put it this way. And if for some reason I say this, let me actually grab this element. Yes, that's right. So if for some reason I get this element, the resource, and then I say, hey, I want now the padding here, it'll be now, because it followed the clockwise. Now understand what wise means, okay? You say 10 pixels. It's gonna do this 5 pixels. 5 pixels and 5 pixels. And if you don't specify here, you're saying is top, right, bottom. And if you don't specify is the other property, all right, let's say you do something like this. And if you don't specify is the other property, which is now the left, it's gonna mimic, it's gonna copy the value of that axis into the another one. So if you take a look now at this, for example, this. Let me add in more. Oh, it's because it's adding to all of this. It's because it's adding to all of this. No. Oh, okay. It's because it's adding to all of this. Now I want to adding is to this individual element here, right? It's gonna say, hey, this will be now padding, right? Padding in all directions. So you add that padding in all directions. Even though you want to look at the computer property, you know. But if you say, hey, let's say 20 on top, 20 on right, 0 on bottom, and then the other direction is copied to that, you know, which means that here on the right is gonna be the same as 20, you know. That's a very interesting behavior here. That's a very interesting behavior here that padding has, you know. A very interesting behavior, bro. A very interesting behavior. Absolutely. So, good. Which is overriding valid. The other is padding. The border. Border is a bit of odd, duck in the trinity of padding, border, and margin. Unlike the other two, it has a visual cosmetic component. There are 3 styles specific to border. Border width. Oh, exactly. It has now a cosmetic and visual component. Border width, border style, and border color. They can be combine into a shorthand, which is this. Exactly, and this shorthand is this. Again, it follow the same property for that, but you can now add is this additional properties here. The box border, 3 pixels, solid hot pink. So the width, the style, and the color. Mm-hmm. The width. Okay, this is the anatomy of the border. The width, the style, and the color. The only required field is border style. Without it, no border will be shown. Okay. The border style, the style won't work. Need a style. Good. Will produce a blank 3 pixel thick border by default. So as with padding, you can override broad properties with specific ones. This is useful for creating several variants of an element. We have specified a black border on the .box class, but each box variant override it with a custom color. Oh, and if you're wondering why selector is .box.1 instead of .1, it is because like the way it reads semantically. The box prefix isn't necessary, but it makes the intent a bit cleaner. Exactly, this is to say, hey, this is now belongs to the first level. So no matter you say this, it'll be the same. Alright? It'll be the same. Cerulean. The box prefix isn't necessary, but it makes the intents a bit cleaner. Okay, here's a fun fact. If we don't specify a border color, it is default to using the element text color. So for example, if you don't specify this, it's gonna use the intent color. It's default to using the element text color here. So for example, I say color color gold. No, it's not. No border color specified. If you don't specify the color, okay. If you don't specify the color, it will take that. It will take that. Okay, if you don't specify the color, it will take that. And the user define. And then you got border radius. The CSSWG working group, the CSS working group, the organization that maintains and advances the CSS language. They are the CSS version of the TC39 JavaScript Technical Committee, has published a list of mistakes they have made with the CSS language. One of these mistakes is listed. Border radius should have been corner radius. It is not hard to understand the rationale. The border radius property rounds an element CSS. The mistakes. Incomplete list of mistakes in the design of the CSS. That should be correct if anyone invents a time machine. White space, no wrap, should be white space, no wrap. Animation iteration count should have been animation count, like column count. Okay, vertical align, and background size. Okay. 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 In border radius. It is not hard to understand the rationale. The border radius property rounds an element even if it has no border. Like padding, border radius accepts discrete values for each direction. Unlike padding, it is focused on a specific corner, not specific sides. Here are some examples. Border radius, exactly, all of them. It is specific to corners. Yep, I am quite familiar with that. And the border playground. There are surprisingly number of border styles here. A little interactive widget to help you familiar with them. Okay, the border color, the width, and the radius. Okay, but again, is the dimension? Okay, it's quite different. Here's a okay, it's quite different. You can specify that because here you can specify the similar with the padding. Okay, the similar with the padding, you can specify the place you can apply this, followed by the line and the color. All right, line, solid, dotted, dash, double, groove, reach, inset, outset, and mix. Yeah, and how they're gonna look like. Border width. And inset and outset. So inset and outset. And border radius. Border versus outline. Oh, this is another property here. A common stumble block for depth is the distinction between outline and a border. In some aspect, they're quite similar and they both add a visual edge to a given element. The core difference is that the outline doesn't affect layout. Outline is kind of more like a box shadow. It is cosmetic effect drop over an element without nudging it around or changing its size. I will be right back. Give me a second. And we're back. Well, with a different setup, of course. But let's go to keep up here. That, well, we look at the nifty details of the border. So border is a bit of an odd duck in the trinity of padding, border, and margin. So unlike the other two, it has a visual cosmetic component. Let me write this, all of this, and then I'm gonna take now a notes from this. I don't think that I prefer to do this, right? Then I'm gonna want to take some notes of this. So first thing first, we took that now there are three styles specific to borders. So we have border width, styles, and color. All right. So this is the anatomy of the border, and how you can do this. The only required field in border style without it is no border will be shown. So far we got this. So no border style is the only required field. So by default, if we do something like this, and we inspect this and we say, hey, I want to somehow now to add is a border, exactly, border, and the only field that is required is the style, so you can say solid. So by default, as you can see here, that's interesting. The color of the border will be is the if you don't specify now, it'll be the color of that element. All right. So by default, the only property that is required is the line, the style, border style. Okay, that's quite interesting. So you can specify is the width. Okay, so the width, you can say 3 pixels or 3 root m, right? 1 root m. Okay, you can specify here this, the width, the style, and the color, where you can say gold, for example. So far so good, and there is no mystery around this. Okay. All right. So as with the pattern, we can override broad property with specific ones. This is useful for creating several variants of an element. And we have specified a black border on the .box class, but each box variant override it with a custom color. What does it mean? That is there is another fun fact. Oh, if you are wondering why the selector is .box.1 instead of .1, it is because I like the way it reads. Okay, semantically, the box.prefix isn't necessary, but it makes the intent a bit cleaner. Interesting. And here's a fun fact. If we don't specify a border color, it will default to using the element text color. So far we have looked at two details about the border. All right. So we look at the border, the anatomy of the border, a value, which is the width, the border, the width, the style, and the color, and how now the only property that is required here is style, and how now browsers actually behind the scenes, they already have this user agent style sheets preset for them. All right, that's interesting. So CSS actually define those. So the CSS spec define that kind of stuff. That's quite compelling here. That's quite compelling. Mm-hmm. And also that if you don't specify now the box, or if you don't specify is the color, by default it's gonna take whatever color element that it has. All right, and if it's not, it's going to similar to the prototype in JavaScript where it's going to look up the prototype change. It will do that as well. So I think that's quite interesting, quite compelling. Okay. In terms of this stuff, all right. And now that we did this, right? Now that we know this, which is something that you're gonna take notes after that, but I just want to write or to write it down and have the clarity here. So yep, this is part of the fun fact here with the color. I will also going to create now is those particular style for that as a way to explain now with the color as well as the padding. Let me, I think, oh exactly, this is the code pen. So exercise or example, go example. Anytime that I make a code example, I want to add this to. All right, go example. There you got it, which is great. Yep, absolutely. In fact, I'm gonna create a new one. All right, which is to elaborate those particularly and silly examples, silly but yet helpful, silly but yet helpful. And yeah, the fun fact. If you want to specify this behavior explicitly, it can be done with the special current color keyword. And current color is always a reference to the elements in current color. Exactly, current color is always a reference to the elements derived text color, whenever set explicitly or inherit, and it can be used anywhere a color might be used. So for example here, color is hot pink, all right? And that is interesting. You can also specify is the current color. How do you know that, bro? The French toast, my friend. How do you know that you can specify as that? Oh my god, even holy hell. Please give it to me in English. Be my guest. All right. You can also specify is the border width, style, and color. Oh, and it can be current color. But wait, how do you do this? Mhm. If you want to specify this behavior explicitly, okay, it can be done with the current color keyword. Okay, this is to improve now the readability of this via this. Hmm. That's mind blowing, bro. You can say current color as each property of the shorthand, whether it is a current color from that element or you can skip that. And the computer values border width, border style, and border color. An animation type, the width, the style, and the color. Okay, that's very interesting here. That's a very interesting here. So I have a border, an outline, and a box shadow. Amazing, isn't it? Holy fuck. Okay. Okay. Border radius. The CSS working group has published a list of mistakes they have made with CSS language. One of these mistakes is listed as border radius should have been corner radius. It is not hard to understand the rationale. The border radius property rounds an element even if it has no border. Like padding, border radius accept discrete values for each direction. Okay, but this is now the specific other property in the border. Okay, which is border radius. So like padding, border radius accept discrete values for each direction. Unlike padding, it is focused on a specific corner, not a specific side. And here are some examples. As you can see here, and then you got another one, and another one, and another one, right? Exactly. Okay. So might be silly these kind of examples here, might be quite silly. Border radius can do some funky and wild stuff, and we'll learn more about it later in this course. In the model 2, little big details. Okay, little big details. And bloppy shapes, fancy bordering, all that kind of stuff. Alright. On model 9, accessibility and gradients. And optimal. Float has an inconclusion. Okay. Alright. Good. So we have now here border. Alright. So we talk about is the nuance, so the anatomy of border, as well as the detail of border, and the border radius, and how border radius, well, we are quite familiar, but border radius focus is on corners, and some specific cases here that again might be silly, but it's quite important to at least understand. And the border playground, right? So how you can actually is interact or make all of this, right? In the interactive stuff. Border width, alright, and the double. So most of the time we use is the solid for that. We barely use another one, as well as border radius. Okay, I think that's a very good playground if you wanna play with that. Alright, if you wanna play with that, I think that'll be quite interesting to look and to explore. And then you have now border versus outline. A common stumble block for dev is the distinction between the outline and border. In some respect, they are quite similar. They both add visual edge to a given element. The core difference is that outline doesn't affect layout. Doesn't affect computation. Outline is kind of more like a box shadow. It is cosmetic. It is a cosmetic effect drop over an element without nudging it around or changing its size. So outlines share many of the same property, border width, color, and outline. But these outlines are stacked outside of border and can sometimes be used as a second border. So outline, interesting. Outlines will follow the curve set with border radius. Look at this. And this is deep pink. So outline will follow the curve set with border radius in all motor browsers. Will follow the curve set with motor radius. In all modern browsers. This wasn't always the case, but it has been this way across all major browsers since 2023. Outline has a specific outline offset property. It allows you to add a bit of a gap between the element and its outline. Interesting. Okay, alright. One more thing. Outlines are sometimes used as a focus indicator for folks who use a keyboard and other non-pointer device to navigate. We'll learn about this later in the course, in little big details. Interesting. Focus visible, focus within, and focus outlines. Okay. These indicators are important. So the TLDR of all of this, all right, is that border outline doesn't affect the layout, which means it is much more performance. All right. Outline. Interesting. Okay. The outline CSS shorthand property set most of the outline property in a single declaration. So the outline property may be specified using 1, 2, or 3 of the value lists. And here, so assigning outline a value of 0 or none will remove the browser default focus style. If an element can be interacted with, it must have a visible focus indicator. Provide obvious focus styling if the default focus style is removed. Similar to computer value, an inherit node applies to all elements and outline width and style and color. Initial values. An animation type. A source CSS basic user model for. In 2025. Okay. Outline property. Full support of the outline. That's interesting. That's very interesting. The other is the resize property, pointing device and keyboards, pointer interactions, styling the cursor property, insertion caret color, caret animation, caret shape, caret keyboard control, directional focus navigation, and user interaction, pointer events. Oh, but this is all, okay. All of those are relevant to the user. Basic user interface model level 4. Okay. Outline property. value definitions, and the purpose of this. This aspect describes user interface related property and values to style HTML and XML, including that it includes extend user interface related to features from property and values of previous CSS level. Okay, the outline, the resizing, pointing device, keyword, insertion caret, insertion caret, keyword control, navigation focus. Okay, and user interaction, controlling content selection, excluding from hit test the pointer events property, preventing all interaction, the interactivity property, styling widgets, widget accent colors, the accent color, switching appearance, the appearance property. I think this is quite interesting. Absolutely. Holy moly. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Mm. 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 All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. It's like all right. Border versus outline. A common stumbling block for dev is a distinction between outline and border. In some respect, they are quite similar, but the outline doesn't affect the layout. I think there is a website CSS. 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 GPU acceleration. I think there was a particular website to do that. Improving HTML performance. What was the website? Or to check that? CSS GPU CSS property. GPU acceleration. All right. Okay. CSS property that leverage CPU acceleration can significantly improve the performance of animation and transition by offloading rendering tasks from the CPU to the GPU, right? GPU acceleration is particularly effective for property like transform, but again, can you tell me where it is? I'm not sure what it is. The website. What is the website? CSS property. Layout. Pane composite. I think this is this one. CSS triggering list. Exactly. So for example, outline. Nope, outline is not. So how do you know that outline doesn't change the layout, right? It's a single declaration. How do you know about that, my friend? The outline will be invisible for many elements if it is a style is not defined. This is because the style defaults to none. A noticeable exception is input element, which are given default styling by browsers. But again, how do you know that? Outline is a line outside of the element border. Unlike other areas of the box, outline don't take up space. They don't affect the layout of the document in any way. Mhm. There are few properties that affect an outline appearance. It is possible to change the style, color, and width using outline property, the distance from the border using the outline offset property, and corner angles using the border radius property. An outline is not required to be rectangular. While dealing with multiple text, some browsers will draw out a line for each line box separately, while others will wrap the whole text with a single outline. And the accessibility here. Assigning outline a value of 0 or none will remove the browser's default focus style. If an element can be interacted with, it must have a visible focus indicator. Provide obvious focus styling if the default focus style is removed. But that's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. Mm-hmm. That's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. Mm-hmm. So if that doesn't change, okay. So if outline doesn't change that, how, how can I test if CSS property outline doesn't change? Okay, how can I test if CSS property outline doesn't change the layout, like, and it makes a lot of sense because so it holy yeah, it doesn't countering into the box model change. So how can I tell if CSS property outline doesn't change the layout, like border? Does this run a GPU acceleration? Yeah, that's mind blowing. That's very interesting because it doesn't change the layout, like border. You can test a line doesn't affect the layout in several ways. So for example, like this. Now, as a way to calculate is the width exactly. But check sibling positioning, GPU acceleration. Outline does not trigger GPU acceleration by default, unlike properties such as transform opacity filter of outline is painted on the CPU as part of the normal document flow. However, you can force GPU accelerations on an outline element by adding this, or will change. This is the rule that I want to apply to this particular element, and then I want to translate this. This create a new composition layer, okay? But the outline itself is in what is being accelerated. It is the entire element that get moved to the GPU, which is promoted to that. Key different from borders. Border affect the box model and layout calculations. Outline is purely visual and painted outside the element box. Border affects the box model and layout calculations. Outline is purely visual and painted outside the element box. Neither trigger GPU acceleration inherently, but both can be forced onto the GPU with composition layer triggering. That's quite mind blowing. That's mind blowing, bro. So so outline here is the khaki. Exactly, is this one. So outline is the khaki. Okay. So if you say, for example, black. Okay, outline is this. It doesn't affect the layout, the box model. All right. It doesn't affect that. Outline offset. But again, that particular layer is being rendered by the CPU. Nevertheless, that is mind blowing. So the question is like, why do we even care about this? you know, why do I even care about this? All right. A couple more quick tidbits about outlines. Outline will follow the curve set by border radius in all modern browsers. This wasn't always the case, but it has been this way across all major browsers since 2023. Outline has a special outline offset property. It allows you to add a bit of a gap between the element and its outline. And one more thing, outlines are sometimes used as focus indicators for folk who use the keyboard or others non-pointer device to navigate. We'll learn all about focus outline later in this course, which is here on focus. Interesting. On focus here. Yeah, on focus. In the meantime, you should avoid tweaking outline on an interactive elements like buttons or links. In any given moment, exactly one element on the page will be considered active. We refer to this as element being focused. Oh, okay. This is the reason why we're using is outline here for focus here. So for focus, this is what browsers do nowadays. When button is focused, it now put that as it is. You can also say like that. Keep track of focus. The Chrome Dev tool allows you to set a live expression. This expression will be pulled several times a second, and the result is shown in the console. But it's because internally those browsers actually do that, and then bottom using now the focus for that. Okay, it's a outline color pink. And then now this must be okay, it's a pseudo class, that's right. Okay, focus visible. On bottom, focus visible, you have now okay, outline is 5 pixels, auto, and pink. On focus visible. This is more relevant for in. This is way more relevant. Oh, you can remove this. This is way more relevant into this. Okay. Interesting. This is okay. That's the reason why we are actually looking at this. Okay. Okay. You're right. You are damn right. Hmm. 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 Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Exactly. And is using this Radix UI. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a component system built with Radix UIs and Tailwind. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay. Mm. 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 Okay. Okay. Mm. Exactly. I don't want to use that with Next. I want to use it with Vite. Some of them using Astro, but I prefer to go with Vite. Some of them would like to use his Next.js, but I prefer to go with Vite. Mm-hmm. X.ai is using X.ai. Who the French stuff is X.ai? Oh, Grok. Haha, okay. Mm. Mm. Okay. All right. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. And this is some, and they are using is uh exactly this open source collaborations. Sidebar, authentication, logging, calendar, and you name it. Right? Never view a sidebar with collapse and all of this. So that might be quite interesting. They're open source. Okay. They are actively developed. Mm-hmm. They are heavily and actively developed. Chat CN UI. Exactly. Beautiful design component built using Radix UI and Tailwind CSS. Okay. And it is open source. And now UI and Grok is using that. Okay. This is one of the reasons why I prefer to look at what are the technology that these fellas are using in their day-to-day activity. Go to the old one. Exactly. And I think this is using React and all that kind of stuff. Right? And using Netlify and using Webpack and you name it. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay, that's. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and I prefer to go with Vite, my friend. Some of them like to go with Laravel. I prefer to go with Vite. Interesting. Why am I doing this? Well, because at the end of the day, I want to build is my own. Um, I want to build my tech. I want to build my own nodes here. All right. I want to build my own nodes where now people can navigate based on this, and then you can say, hey, well, this is the node from this core, and the nodes from this core, and the structure of that, and they can actually take a look at that. All right. So, for example, there is no tree-like map. No. So accordion might be. Isn't there? Is there any place to look all of them? So this is the alert dialog, aspect ratio, avatar, badge, breadcrumb, button, calendar, car, carousel. No, what? Checkbox, char, carousel, collapsible. No, combo box. No. Okay, so suggestion, context menu. And here how you can modify that exactly. The data table, data picker, dialog drawer. Oh, the drawer here. That's it. Okay. The drawer, the drop down menu, which is this. React hook forms, hover car, input OTP. I think that's quite compelling. Input OTP. Okay. Label, menu bar, navigation, pagination, popover, progress. radio group, resizable, but I think this is a layout. Exactly. This is a layout for that. Scroll area. Scroll area. Oh, okay, scroll area. Select separator. Sheet. Sheet, I think, is something that has exactly. There's a sheets. That's right. Sidebar. You can see all of this. Okay, this is that's interesting. That's exactly my what I want to. Oh, okay. Yep, absolutely. Slider skeleton. I think it's this one. Sidebar. Yep, sidebar. 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 Those toggle group. Where is sidebar? Yep, is sidebar. Is sidebar. Is sidebar. Oh well, then they're going to now iterate through all of these components. Okay, but it's a sidebar. In my case, what I want to is that is a sidebar. Is the sidebar here? Yep. 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 Absolutely this one. Yep. 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 Completely. And building your application, data fetching. Model documentation settings. Yep, actually it's pretty much this one. Pretty much this one. Sidebar. Exactly. This is the sidebar. Sidebar header, the groups, and the sidebar content and the sidebar footer. Okay, that's the structure and how you can actually organize your component as it is. That's yep, that's what I want to. That's what I want to. Persistent states. Support persistent the side state across page load. There you got it. Oh, to persist the state of that. Alright. And you got the variant in collapsible, use sidebar. Sidebar header, sidebar footer, sidebar content, which is this collapsible sidebar, sidebar group, okay, sidebar group actions, sales and travel. You click the group action, sidebar menu, the anatomy of this, and how you can have edit projects if you want to have now options to that. Sidebar menu submenu, which is exactly what do we want to put it here. All right, there you got it completely. All right, and there you got it. Collapsible sidebar menu. There you got it. Collapsible sidebar menu. This one. Exactly. All right. Okay. Okay. Sidebar menu batch. And collapsible. No, in my case, like this one. I want this one. The collapsible. And there you got it. Okay. Cool. Because this is something that requires a lot of work and I don't want to do that. All right. Especially don't want to do that. Okay. Calculate factorial. None of that. In my case, what I want to do is this one. So at least for this season is to lay out that sidebar layout. Yeah, that's right. Sidebar layer. And then what I can do is to tweak that. No, it's a sidebar. It's a sidebar. It's a sidebar. Crypto dashboard. Financial dashboard. SaaS landing page. And there you go. Sassify. Sassify. Whether it's a blog, you want to create now a blog here. Build with Next.js. They are no, they are preview exactly. Forgotten is the value of waiting, of observing, and allowing things to unfold naturally. Rush not to conclusion. Hasty decisions. Poor outcomes create. Yeah. O sea, el que se apura pierde, mano. El que se apura pierde. Do or do not. There is no try. This teaching misunderstood often is about commitment. It speak. About commitment is a speak, not about binary outcomes. Not about binary outcomes. About commitment, it speak. Mindfulness, being present in the force. Fear, the path of the dark side. Practical exercise for Jedi mindful. Morning meditation, mindful walking. Conscious communications. Here, not just words, but intentions. Exactly. And may the force be with you. And the power of the dark side. Embrace your ambitions. ¿Qué dice aquí? And find your lack of ambition disturbing. Too many individuals squandering their potential, afraid to reach the power that could be theirs. I will show you why embracing the dark impulses, your ambition, your passion, your desire for control can lead to success beyond measure. Fear transform into power. Control, master your domain. Striving for harnessing the dark energy. Set ambitious goals that others consider impossible. Identify your competitor weakness and exploit them without mercy. Build systems and controls that makes you indispensable. Cultivate an image that inspires you both respect and fear. Remember, power is never given. It must be taken. The galaxy reward not those who wait patiently, but those who act decisively and without remorse. And this is now how what Jedi exactly. The path of Jedi, ancient wisdom for modern times. It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, I think that was quite interesting. All right. I think that's quite interesting. Quite interesting. Very, very interesting. And there's a lot of people out there that trying to make content with all of that. Exactly. We're similar to them, you know. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way it is, man. So, so. Let's take a look now at this, right? Shall we? What can I help you ship? Is this one? .def. And I want you to fork this one. Alright? I want to create this fork, right? Open in VC, continue with Vercel. Why do I need to continue with Vercel? Of course, I already have a Vercel account, but why do I need to? And what if I want to deploy that to an open source? Next redirect. VO will sync across tab and browse while message stream. I love it. No, but what if I want to? Oh, I think this is exactly. I think this is. Yeah, I know what is this. Okay. What if I want to connect to that branch? And then you say now, hey, I want to make this as, do something like this and say, okay. So, all right, let's get into this, fellas. This is for real. This is for real. Collapsible side menu. Side menus, sidebar menu subcomponent in a collapsible. Okay. I want you to create 10 collapsible sidebar menu where each title describe describe prefer is this one. So the introduction and the fundamentals, the recap. Yep, I think it's 10. Yeah, I think it's 10 of this. Exactly. 10 models. And we want to have Matt. That'll be great. Where the first 3 mm-hmm. Introduction, fundamentals, recap. Okay. Fundamentals recap and rendering logic. Fundamentals recap and rendering logic. The rest mm-hmm. Introduction, fundamental recap, rendering logic. The rest are to model 10. That's interesting. What is happening here? That's very, very interesting what's happening here. Oh, come on, for real. Upgrade to premium for more credits. What the fuck? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What about if I tell now to claw? Right? And I think that everybody can see this, right? And use the feed setup for that. use a bit set of chassis and UI. In theory, you're supposed to do that. Losing React. Okay. 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 No, it's okay. It's okay. I get it. Oh, it's because it's creating all of this CSS variable for that. Mm. Mm. Inside of this, and there's nothing wrong with that. But again, it serves as a first. It serves as a first, man. It serves as a first stepping stone. I don't know why you use Acme, why you love to use Acme for that. But in any case, but you nail it. Yeah, you nail it. Okay. Unfortunately, you create an entire file that contains all of this, so it's not well organized. It is up to me to organize that. So, well, exactly. Exactly. It's up to me to organize all of this. All right, it's okay. Lucid React. Why you use Lucid React and no V8, my friend? Why you use Lucid and not the other one? And know what I'm telling you. Yeah, why you do that and not what I'm telling you? Shot CD. It's like you can use that. Exactly. And you're still using Lucid React, bro. It's like, it's like, okay, man, okay, fella, okay, okay. It's like, okay, okay. You are going to do what you are programmed to. Mm, mm-hmm. You are going to do what you're programmed to. Yeah, you are going to do what you're programmed to. It's okay. utility functions. This motherfucker hallucinate vastly. Open, set open, open mobile is open. Okay, you're doing all of this. You toggle it. Use a callback. Use callback. That's great. So you don't have to compute this over and over, and that's fine, right? Cons check mobile. Set mobile. So you're calling is this anytime that you want to okay. Okay, exactly. For synchronize with handle mobile detection and keyword shortcut. But now mobile overlay sidebar, and you fucked up. The generate artifact use library we don't support. Chassis CDN sidebar clown. The generate artifact use library we don't support. Leave util. But go back. Oh my god. When determining. Oh, here we go. And here we go when it comes to hallucinate that. For small chunks of data, great. But when you have to provide a huge amount of content, this MF hallucinate, bro. This MF hallucinate, bro. Oh, holy fuck. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. You are doing premature optimizations to this. That's my blowing. Okay, it's okay. You're hallucinating vastly. Hallucinating like nobody else. Hallucinating like nobody else, bro. And to me, that's not what I want. And to me, this is not what I want. In fact, I just want to get me this, and that'll be all, bro. In fact, I just want you to give me this, and that'll be all. No, I don't want this, man. I just want is to clone that. Can I clone that? I mean, is this one? Not to log in. No, it's Jesus, man. Can I get a clone of that? Of the sidebar, bro? Is that too much to ask? Oh my god. Can you tell me? Can you give it to me? Is this one? File manager. Holy fuck. I think I think for small tasks or tasks like this, you're not good at it. You are not definitely good at it. Man, I just want. Can you give me? I'm looking it for that side, bro. I'm looking it for that sidebar. Why so hard? Why so hard? Sidebar, bro. Sidebar. This one. This one. This one. Give it to me. Fork. 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 I just want to fork this. How can I fork? How can I fork? How can I fork? Hey, how can I fork? How can I fork? View details. Oh my god. But I want to have a fork, exactly. And I want to publish that. That's all, it's like I don't ask too much. I am not asking too much. Just give it to me this, and then I'll figure it out. And then I'll figure it out by myself. No problem. Chill. Chill. Okay? Chill, 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 chill. Alright? Now, if I go here, I'll be able to look at this. Alright? Which is great. Which is great. Good. Good. Now if I want to access to this and code this, let's say you go to this, and then you say something like this. Alright, then you say something like remove in a recursive force or create this. Make there CSS for JavaScript def. So CSS for JavaScript def. And here I can clone that. So now that I clone this, you think you're funny. Oh my god. Okay. No. Okay. This you like to play games because you are on autopilot. No. You are on autopilot. You like to play games. No, with me. No. Get clone of this. You are in autopilot. You like to play this game with this. Okay. Play games with somebody else. No, with me. Here we are. Alright, and if we want to run this, we say this. Alright. deployments. Build your app. So you have the components and the app, which is only showing is the dashboard, which is great, and the component, which is the UI, and all of this, which is something that was generated by I think that most of these are not used. All right. That's the mind-blowing things of all of this. That you need to in the entire pipeline to actually develop anything here. And then you get the lib, and then you get the public. Okay. Okay. Good. Now, with this, Tailwind merge to return is this. All right. Holy moly. Is this one? Okay. Now, so here they're using is PNP. All right. I don't have that installed. No, I do. PNP. Install. Or what is the pack? No, I prefer to go to the README. What does the README say? I love it. Doesn't give me anything here. What about the package, Jason? It's a just run next start. It's because this is using is next. But I don't want to use next here, my friend. Definitely I don't want to use next here. I definitely don't want to use next here. I want, in fact, is just use vid, but it was already configured with it. That's quite interesting. That's very, very interesting. But since I already have all of these components, okay. Since I have all of these components here, all right. Yeah, because I don't want to use Next.js. Reupload TypeScript template and add Tailwind CSS. And the same for this. Source index CSS and import Tailwind CSS. Tailwind CSS vid, and in the vid configuration, run the CLI. Which color would you like to use as a base color? Neutral, and add the component. Mm-hmm. And on the entry point you do is this. Okay, so I'll prefer to run is here with vit, or I'll go with no. I'll go with next. I'll go with next. Yeah, I'll go with next. Yep. I will definitely go with next. I'll go with next. I'll go with next. Yep. Absolutely. I will go with next. Yep. I will go with next. Absolutely. So, with this, yeah, I will go with next. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. So, pnpn install. Issues with peer dependencies. And I think it's because I need to use the latest version here. Here we go. Okay, my friend. Okay. Because there's specific stuff that I definitely don't want to do, my friend. The specific stuff that I don't want to handle with. And let me see if you can help me here. Let me see if you can help me here. Okay. Run this setup to create it automatically. It already created that, which actually is figuring out the file where I have the library PNP, and then I'm going to install it. But then it tells me, no. No. Run PNP setup or to create it automatically, or set the global bin dir settings or the PNP homes and variable. The global bin directory should be in the path. And it's because it doesn't detect that. It doesn't detect that. Next configuration to start using PNP, run this. Oh, I need to, okay. So now you will append that at the bottom of this source, and then when I update this, alright, which is, hey, let's go to update this. That was blazing fast. It say nothing to stop, no server is running for the store. The location of the current running PNP differs from location where PNP will be installed. Current PNP location is this. Target location is this. Package 1, package plus. Packages are hard linked from the content addressable storage and the virtual store. Content addressable store is at, okay, content addressable store is at this. Library PNP in store. Alright. And virtual store is at this. Okay. So all where all of the file will be live is inside of the library here in PNP folder structure, and now is this one. Okay. Will you hate yourself is to go with other frameworks like that? I'll do, my friend. The less dependency that I will have, the better off will be. But I'm doing it just for the sake of knowing how to use Next. That's all. The components will remain the same because all of this is React. I can then move through one place to another. As long as we're using the same library and we don't use any Nox specific stuff, that'll be great. So, with that, say PNP, or you can say removing a recursive force way, the node model. Alright. That was surprisingly fast. Okay. And then I want to install this. And then I want to install this. And come with us. Rise. Rise, Megatron, rise. Okay, and there was no any problem here. Okay, which is good. Which is good. Definitely was good. Alright? So far so good. And it resolved all of the dependency with no any issue here. And we're using is Radix. Exactly. And unfortunately is React 19 version, but we're using is Next. Okay. So, all right. Okay. Good. Now, if I want to run, if I can say npm run def, okay, it stored the project. It creates now that hidden file with all of this. The page could not be low because that's what it is. Let me now load this here, and it is on the dashboard. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Jesus, chill. Okay. But it's on the dashboard that things live here. Okay, so far so good. It's using now Next, right? If you want to go with Next, but in my case I don't. Okay, so that is great. Why is this? Because it saves us a lot of time of setting up things and how the things work. I am well aware of how all of the things works. You know, I am very well aware of how the things work. Unfortunately, this actually broke. So take care. Bye bye. That's right. That's right. I know that this decision that I'm doing of using Next will bite my ass, but I'm doing only for the purpose to learn Next here, all right? And to help me to automate a particular process, which is the routing in client-side applications. That's the only reason. I know that I can use on other libraries like React routers, yada, 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 but this actually saved me quite a lot of time, right? Given the file-based system. So I am well aware of this. Good, 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 good. Now, all right. So what I want to do now, okay, is, do I have windsurf? I think I do. Windsurf? I think I do. All right. import from cursor, or I will say import from VS Code. Yeah. Why do I even have to log in with Windsurf, man? Anyway. Is there any alternative to Windsurf? Is there any alternative to Windsurf? Jesus. Oh, exactly. Cursor, GitHub Copilot, Type9, CoWhisper, NeoVim, REPL, Gitbot. But this is cloud-based alternative and a specialized tool. Codeimmune and SourceGraph Cody. So Cursor, allegedly, right? Windsurf AI. Implement components. Not sure if I can use Windsurf to do a preview with this. VP of Data, Gen AI, Infrastructure, Mercado Libre. Speed and trust everything to us. As we continue to expand our platform and operations, we investing in this kind of stuff. VS Code rating and all that kind of stuff. So, all right. Let's go to look at this. I don't know why do I even have to log in with this, but in any case, no. All right. What about now? Exactly. You already sent all of the data to that, and there you got it. All right. So now we're using is Windsurf. Okay. Okay. So we got Windsurf here, and let's now and open command palette. Okay. But there is some command that are missing here. For example, the terminal. Oh, this is the terminal here? No, this is not the terminal. and I want to open is the terminal. Can you? And the terminal. Create a new terminal, open a new terminal. Find next. Terminal. You say open terminal. Open new external terminal. External terminal, but don't you have now an integrated one? Oh, here we go. Open terminal. Do you have one? Terminal, open last URL. What? Don't you have any terminal here? A built-in terminal? There are no attached terminals to. You gotta be kidding me, man. So open folder. Okay, if I navigate to this and then I say, hey, you know what? Let me do this here. And here is this. Go into this. User in Macintosh. User. That's right. And then inside of this test. And now we're gonna get to. Yes, I can trust the authors. But the question remains. But the questions remains. The question remains. Can I even open a preview with this? Preview beta. Or to deploy npm server. Okay, cascade write mode. One other thing that I don't like about this is that it doesn't have any terminal. Oh, it doesn't have any assigned terminal here. That's interesting. That it doesn't use that. Terminal attached season. What you can say is keyboard, open keyboard shortcuts in preference. So you say now terminal. Open terminal, right? Open terminal. Open integrated terminal. Integrated. Open in terminal here. Which is this. And I say this one. For real, doesn't detect that? You gotta be kidding me. Because I am, okay. You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Why you don't detect this? Why you don't detect this? And why you don't detect that? Okay. Good. Anyway. So you gotta be kidding me, man. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway. There you go. Now, in here we say npm run def. I want to close now here this one. Okay. Alright. I want to also close this now cursor. So you did your job. You will be respect. Not at all. Similar for the portfolio, alright. And get pass order here. So if you need. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure with cursor, with you as well. So close all cursor. You know, it's like bye bye with all cursor. Bye bye. Good. Now, here we run this. Alright. We navigate to that, which of course is not. And then we say, hey, I want to navigate to the dashboard. To the dashboard. Alright. And on the dashboard, alright, what I want to do here is this. I want to now replace all of the content that I described to you. Alright, a small task here. A very small task. I want to do this by saying is replace the sidebar, which is this. Replace the sidebar collapsible menu. Replace the collapsible sidebar menu content to model 1 intro, model 2 model 2 this, model 2 model 1 intro, model 2 so model 2 collapsible sidebar menu. Model 2 is the rendering logic, or the recap fundamentals. Chill. No. Chill. Stop. God damn it. Okay, Jesus. And then in model 3, rendering logic. Exactly. So replace the collapsible sidebar menu content to in model 4. In model 5, out to model 10. Right, until model 10. There you go. Search the code base. I found the sidebar component here in this direction. Let me check the current content and update with the menu items. So it say, hey, I have now a app sidebar content here that I want to edit. All right, and then it tells me what are the line is going to change. All right, where it say the model 1 is this. Model 1 intro, introduction, course overview. Model 2 recap. I don't know who the fuck told you to replace that. Done manipulations, CSS, model 3 rendering logic. You hallucinate, bro. You hallucinate. Model 4. Right, and I tell you accept the change. Okay, and if I do that, and then I visualize my preview. All right, when I visualize the preview, I have is this one, which of course for this specific task it understood the context. However, it add unnecessary things that we don't want to. You know, it add unnecessary things that we don't want to. Some placeholder here. I don't tell him to add this. No, model 1 intro. Chill, bro. Chill. Chill. Okay. And I want to make those and I want to make them is a collapsible sidebar. So I want to make each item in the sidebar. Okay, I want to make each item in the sidebar, which is then is rendering all of this. You mapping each one of them, which is great. Exactly. And type of sidebar, which is something that I think you define is up there, right? Sidebar here, which is a type of that. That's interesting. We're using is not a type of operator to figuring out is the value of this. All right, which is cool. We're receiving is the props like this. Okay, where the props are injected by the side value here. It has a lot of other parameters there. Okay, So now I want to make each item in the sidebar. So I want to make each item. I want to make each item that start with the name model a collapsible sidebar, a collapsible item, a collapsible sidebar menu, a collapsible sidebar menu, right? I can do that. I know how to do that, but I'm quite lazy to actually do that, you know? And that is, it says something like this. Look at this. It say, hey, I'm going to make some modification here. I'm going to now add a particular state that I want to keep track of. And here, I'm going to compute is the toggle model, where I hold now a collections of all of this model, and then I'm going to now invoke this to say, hey, what is the if the previous state include is now the model title, all right, then I want to now filter, aka show all of that are not relevant for this. And if it is, there you got it. So now it made some modifications here. We created sidebar, and before we got this item title, but now it's adding is a particular logic here. Item title start with model. Oh, look at this. No, no. Again, okay. Rejected, bro. Rejected. Rejected. I know what you want to do. I know what you want to do. But in fact, it's more. So exactly, it's like I want to make each item of the sidebar. Of each item in the sidebar a collapsible. I want to make each item in the sidebar a collapsible sidebar menu. Yeah, because it hallucinates, bro. It hallucinates. It's a very well-known garbage, bro. It say now the same, all right? But now it add this collapse item includes is the item here. If it is, do that. So if I accept those changes here, all right, do I have any way to look at the preview? All right, because I no, reject, bro. No. Exactly, reject that. In fact, I want to save my changes here. Okay. I want to save my changes here. And then I want to say is What if I apply these changes? Because you're adding is this particular icon that I don't think they are. Collapsible sidebar menu. What the fuck you think you are doing, bro? Did you delete all of that? I cannot believe it. Oh my god. Jesus. Chill, bro. Jesus, chill, bro. Chill, bro. I cannot believe it. Chill, bro. Chill. I want to make each item in the sidebar a collapsible sidebar menu using the existing because all of this using the existing using the existing radix UI. Because so far it actually generated that properly, actually generate that. It was not that hard for him. And now, exactly, much better. But for some reason, when I apply those changes, collapsible key, default open, key item, class name, and collapsible menu trigger. Oh, it's because he didn't do that. Collapsible key, item title and class name, space G and 1. Collapsible key here. Collapsible, class name, group collapsible. But when it comes to render is this sidebar menu items, it actually doesn't render that well. Cyber menu button, cyber menu sub item. No, man. You are. Mm-mm. 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 I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. But I don't like your hallucinations, bro. I am definitely don't like your hallucinations, man. Not at all, bro. I definitely don't like your hallucinations, man. So this is the sidebar menu. Exactly. In sidebar menu item. Here, item title. In sidebar menu button. And here is this. But if you want to make this as collapsible, you need to render this. Hmm. You need to render this. Oh, okay. No, it's this one. You need to render this sidebar menu item here. Sidebar menu item. Okay, you need to modify is that behavior. I'm not a big fan of your, but apply that. Apply those changes, bro. The flying fuck you think you're doing, bro? What the fuck is this, man? You gotta be careful, man. Because this is not applying is that, man. It's applying this weird style, bro. I don't know who told you that, but that's not what I want to. No, not at all, man. Why you are? Hmm. This is one of the reasons with this AI stuff, bro. That for the development, as long as the developer know what it's doing, great. But for tasks that can be automated, you see, and then you produce now errors, bro. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. No, man. Revert. 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 And then you get rid of that. That's the mind blowing things of all of that. Holy fuck. You know? You gotta be very careful of this, man. You gotta be very careful with this. Because I don't. That's one of the reasons that I prefer to invest in the fundamentals rather than all of these technologies to do that. I get a lot. Again, in my situation, yes. In my situation, yes. Why you are would you love to? Oh my God! No, 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 no! I give you enough chance. I give you enough chance to fit that. You don't want to do that? No problem. No problemo. No problemo, amigo. No problem. You want to do? Go find somebody else. Yeah. Jesus, come. Oh. Okay. Collapsible. Got it. And now repeat this process. Okay. So we got our collapsibles. Please add the import. You're very welcome. Add the import. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. But add it. Sidebar menu is this one. Side menu bottom. Sidebar menu. Sub menu here. Sidebar menu sub. Oh my god. Okay. So you know what? I'll leave that for. I'll leave that as it is, man. I'll leave that as it is. Because right now what I want to render is this. This is all the thing that I want to render as it is, right? Okay, there you go. Hmm. Hmm. Chill, bro. There you go. Exactly. So it doesn't update that properly. Okay, that's another one. Right. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Oh, so it is required. Hmm. So it is required. So it is required. Okay. So it is required. Hmm. Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. But in my case, my notes was to look at that. The fundamentals is the anatomy of a style. Exactly. Hmm. CSS personal notes and that kind of stuff. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. CSS personal notes. Interesting. In model 1, intro. There's no prettier here? I'm sorry. I need prettier, bro. Exactly. Jesus. I need to set prettier, bro. Okay. Alright. And during the app, which is here on the page, on the breadcrumb, building your application is going to render now whatever is on the route as it is, right? Too smart for myself. Okay. Yep. Pretty sleek. Pretty sick, by the way. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. And yeah. That'll be all. Let me actually save my changes here. And anything that start with generate, bro. Anything is generation. Oh, chill. CSS personal no, CSS. CSS personal note. Yes, but notify me when that happened. Okay, fella? but notify me when that happened. Okay. So that'll be all for this video. Take care. Bye bye.